Sorry, Chuck. Give me 1 second. I forgot to do a thing. I gotta set up one more thing, and then we're good to go. There's always something. There's always one thing somewhere that I forget to do. It's like a rule. It's like a requirement. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Save that. Okay. Start that. And we can get going now. Okay, where's the right button? There's the right button. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Hope you're all having a good week. Welcome in. It's been a strange day. It was a strange day for me. It was very chill. It was very laid back, just kind of going through stuff at work. Nothing too crazy. And then kind of everything happened at the same time. It was very 0 to 100, which was not fun to deal with. And I got to the end of my work day, and it was just kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna leave the rest of this for tomorrow. This is not a tonight problem. One of the nice things about being a game developer is I do feel that the work that we do is important, but at the same time, it's like we make video games. My previous lead liked to, just sort of remind us of that sometimes, it's like we make games. At the end of the day, if stuff gets, it is not worth losing sleep over. No matter what Reddit might tell you. No, it's my logo. You can see it up in the corner. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Gally. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Standing. Is it spring yet? So about that. Hello, Night. If you don't respond to blowing things up. As is your right. I hope Battlefield 1 goes well. It actually snowed today. Just for a little bit. It was only for like maybe half an hour. And none of it stuck. But it was the first snow of the season here, which was unexpected. It has been cold this week, but I did not expect that we would actually get snowfall. Albeit not like anything substantial. Nothing stuck. And it was gone by midday, but it was still fun. It was still nice to like look out the window and watch it come down. It was like, yay. So no, it is not spring. It was 70 today. That's a hell of a swing. Yes, it was very pretty. It was very pretty. It was a very nice day. It was cold. It was a cold day, as the snow would make you think. But it was a good day. Aside from the craziness at the end. But what you gonna do? It's okay, because we're almost to the weekend. And we're gonna get to relax and do fun things then. We're gonna do some fun things right now. I hope you're all doing well. I hope your Thursday has gone well. Oh, I forgot to say hello to the lurkers. And hello to the VOD watchers. I hope you're all doing well as well. To see you later. So yeah, the plan for tonight is we're gonna, I guess we'll sort of like briefly touch on a couple of like animation basics. We're not gonna do like animation exercises or anything, but just sort of like go over some theoretical fundamentals, if you will. And then sort of like rough out a couple of like, you might call them storyboards for some of the animations that we want to put in the game. Because, I mean, we don't have an animation system up and running yet. That is continuing to be a real thorn in my butt. But once we do, we'll have a couple of animations that we can probably lift from free sources, but we're going to have stuff that we need to be, unique to our own project. And sort of to that end, we need to know, as we're, setting up those animations, what we want them to look like, at least in principle. And then we can sort of modify it as we actually have the model and start looking at it in the three-dimensional space and go, oh, okay, let's clean this up. So that's basically the plan, right? We're gonna probably not get to all of them. I actually started writing a list down a little bit ago. Let me look at that. So yeah, we've got the walkie animation, running, jumping, landing, throwing the book both at a sort of level throw or an overhead throw, climbing, clambering over objects, using the slingshot, swimming, floating, swimming up, down, turning around, and then just on a whole other level, we're going to have cinematic animations, right? So that's going to be an entire section of work unto itself. And I don't think this is, the entire list, but, well, it's definitely not, because we have interacting with objects, which could be very brief, like grabbing something, or it could be longer, where Jordan's actually like messing with something. So that's potentially like 2 or 3 separate animations. If this were a better situation, by better situation I mean I have more resources, I would certainly like to do something like in Horizon, where they have a number of different animations that'll happen for the same interaction, right? So Aloy isn't doing exactly the same thing every time she like jumps and grabs a ledge, or touches a panel. There's a little bit of variation each time, or there's enough randomness that it feels natural and responsive. But that would require making multiple animations for everything, and then having some sort of random sequencer, and I'm not about that. I'm not that good. I'm not even remotely that good. I am not them. So we're gonna start with one and see how that goes. And if that feels good, then good enough. Trying to think. So what have before we sort of get into it, is there anything going on? There's always something going on, but I don't like getting into the really heavy or crazy stuff, because who enjoys that? I played a little more Deadlock yesterday. I like that game. That game is fun. It is remarkable to me how well the game is like holding up and presenting itself, even though it is very clearly a work in progress. But I think they're making really good use of the fact that people are playing it. Howdy, Mage. Happy Thursday. Hope you're having a good one. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Welcome in. I love Graves. Graves is my favorite character. She just, I don't know, like, it's super crazy how much she goes from like, oh, I gotta be really careful and not, chase the rabbit, because she doesn't have a lot of range with her primary weapon. So she kind of has to like dive a little bit to be able to go after enemies. Where, everyone has a gun and she's like pretty close range. So it feels kind of dangerous early on, and I'm seeing more why the recommended build is like, yeah, get plus health, because you're going to be taking some hits. I Yeah, I have not messed around with item builds at all. I've been just sort of like tinkering with different things, but I haven't made any builds. I did try a bot game with McGinnis, and she's a fucking menace. She should be called McMinnis, I swear to God. Just what if I throw down turrets everywhere and deny you this entire street? Also, there was one point where, and this was just bots, so take it with a grain of salt, right? They're not, the AI is not particularly good, I will say. I feel like they don't use their abilities super effectively. They don't coordinate. They don't respond super well. So it's more of a good opportunity for practice than an actual like judge of unengagement. But I was on McGinnis, and like 3 or 4 enemies were pushing one of the lanes. They were pushing our walker, which is the second level tower. And so I get on the zip line, I get over there, she has a wall that she can put up, right? And it hurts anybody that is there when the wall goes up, but more importantly, it blocks movement and it blocks projectiles. So I threw the wall up in front of the enemies and the creeps. So no one was attacking the tower. And while the wall was up, I threw down 2 turrets on either side. And as soon as the wall came down, I called down her ult, which is an ongoing rocket barrage that you can retarget. And everything died. I literally swept the entire street. It was so stupidly aggressive. I'm like, this girl is broken as fuck. I think I got 3 kills almost immediately, and I was able to chase down the 4th, and there were just no creeps left when all was said and done. It was just like, okay. Mock game just stood in the lane, not doing that. Yeah. I don't think I've had any of them completely shut down, but I definitely have had a couple where they just kind of like don't know what to do, and they just kind of waddle around. There was one that I definitely saw that I started to engage them, and they started to run away. But they saw there was another enemy, and they like couldn't decide priority, and so they just kind of ran back and forth between trying to escape me and trying to escape the other enemy. It's like, yeah, okay. Turrets are kind of squishy. That is definitely true. That is definitely true. And I've noticed that with Graves and McGinnis both, that like in an ideal world where you are not getting harassed, they just do an insane amount of damage. But both McGinnis's turrets and Graves' skulls can be targeted. Yes, and they do reward credit. So you don't just want to throw them out completely willy-nilly where they can be easily picked off. It is definitely something that you want to like put into a good position that you can get the maximum effectiveness without compromising them. I find with Graves, I tend to put the skulls out a little bit early in the early game just because I need to like soften up creeps and such. But later on, once I'm like fully engaged, I don't deploy the skulls until I'm already going in. I throw them at a very close range to me because I want them to augment. I want them to basically almost be like a damage aura, right? They're following me around. They're not following my enemies. Because yeah, the enemies will just pick them off and then they'll make money off of it. It's like, well, that's not good. And yeah, I don't know. I want to try a bunch of the different characters, but I'm also kind of in a mindset of I just want to learn the game right now, right? I want to learn map strategy. I want to learn movement tech. I want to learn economy. I want to learn like parrying and melee usage. And so I feel like I don't want to divide my attention between like learning the macro game and learning multiple characters at once. So I'm trying to keep it very limited. I'm having a lot of fun with Graves, so she's definitely my main. There's a couple others that I want to like mess around with, but yeah, I don't want to spend too much time like theory crafting a bunch of different characters when I don't really know the game at large, if that makes sense. I want to play more this weekend. I'll definitely try to. We got the stream, which always takes up, you know, the majority of my Saturday. Maybe on Sunday, get some time. I'm not sure what Sunday is gonna be just yet. There's plans afoot. So yeah, did that. I got started on the Live 2D pass of the model upgrade. So that went okay. There was definitely some back and forth of like, oh, I didn't clean this up the way that I thought I had. I need to go in and resolve this. So it was a lot of like going back and forth between the PSD and the Live 2D file and cleaning stuff and reassigning stuff. And, you know, some stuff is just broken now because I modified it, but the Live 2D is still reading off of it in place of the old one. And so I'm trying not to stress about it. I'm just like, we're just gonna go at this like one at a time. We're just gonna hit a chunk of it. We're gonna work on this bit of the hair. We're gonna re-topologize it. And, you know, just a little bit of time, try and hit at it, you know, once a day or once every other day. Because if I can get to the point where the body, the underlying body, you know, all of this is working, and then I'll be able to see like if the upgrades that I have in mind are actually working the way that they should be. And if they are, then we're in business. And if they're not, then we'll have to go back and sort of replan some stuff, make some adjustments on what the direction and the attention is going to be. But I do think it's going to work. I think it'll be nice. You know, I'm not planning any like big redesign stuff. It's a lot of just upgrades to the existing model. So I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be good. And it is nice to see, I think most of the like sort of ugly section of sort of transitioning the Live 2D file over from using the version 2 assets to the version 3 assets. Got through a lot of that, I think. Most of it. So we'll see how it goes. Excuse me. So, yeah, hopefully still on track for some time in June, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see what that ends up looking like. And then if I can get anything else sort of prepared in the meantime, we're prepared to go alongside that. That would be fun. Yeah, aside from that, it's kind of about it. It's kind of most of what the last couple of days have been. The joys of Jorb means there's not a lot else going on. I wanted to get some lunch today. I was trying to figure out what the dinner plans for tonight were gonna be, and I kind of settled in. There was a place that I had gone to a couple of times. Makes a really good torta. One of the best that I have found. And unfortunately, you know, I went to go order and discovered that they had closed like a month or two ago. I had to go like check the internet, and thankfully, because you know, fucking everything has a Reddit, so there is a Reddit for my area. And there had been a discussion of like, hey, is this place gone? And everyone was like, yeah. Change of ownership, place is gone, etc. But someone else in the discussion recommended another place. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll give them a shot. They're pretty close by. That should be fine. So I place the order and I go over. It's a food truck. So I go over and they're not there. They're not at the location. And I'm like, okay. So I call them and I'm like, hey, I placed an order, but you're not here. And they went, oh, okay, we'll text you the new address. Which is, it was close enough, but I was trying to do all of this before a meeting. So I see I have to go over here and then I'll have to go home, and I'm just like, oh God. It was not helping the stress levels, right? Because things were already like getting kind of crazy for the day, and now I'm trying to do this. So I'm like, this was a bad idea. The final little like weird part of all that is that the new location of the food truck was the location of the food truck of the place that had closed like 2 months ago. So I don't know if there's like some acquisition doohickery that happened, or if the spot opened up and these guys were like, oh yeah, that's a better spot, we're gonna take it. I don't know what the politics of food trucks is like. But long story short, it was a good torta. I did get a torta. It was tasty. I enjoyed it. I do kind of wonder if I might have gotten, or like, there was some discussion about the place that closed getting acquired by somebody else and reopening under another name. So it tasted similar enough that I kind of wonder if it was the same cooks just working for a different business. I feel like that's really common, so it seems very possible to me. So yeah, that was my fun little misadventure for the day. Thankfully, I did make it back in time for the meeting, which I almost wish I didn't, but it's fine. Another studio bought by yeah, basically. It turns out, yeah, you follow the money and it all leads back to Sony, and you're like, God damn it, Sony. Actually, no, Sony has bought a lot of studios as well. Microsoft is the one that just bought and squandered every studio they got. Both of them are really bad about that. Random aside, I was on my work computer. My work computer uses Windows 11. And I was in Photoshop and I wanted to resize the canvas, so I hit the hotkey for that, which is Control-Alt-C. And it wouldn't do it. It wouldn't bring up the canvas resizer because Control-Alt-C is apparently also the hotkey to bring up the Copilot window. So every time I hit it, Copilot took control and was like, how can I help you? And I'm like, you can shut the fuck up. I ended up going online. I was like, yeah, you can just like close Copilot in the task manager and it'll stop doing that. I'm like, God, why do you suck so much? Okay, so where I would like to start is a little bit of what's the word? Like, let's put a little bit of theory down, right? We're gonna look a little bit at some stuff just to sort of like have a mental starting point, I guess you might say, right? Something to sort of understand, like, okay, this is what we want to do as a baseline for our animation planning. So I did a little bit of browsing earlier, and I found a couple of things that I thought were pretty helpful. So ADLevel is a site that I follow on Twitter, and they post articles or talking about industry news and cool projects that people are making, showcasing stuff. It's a good site. I like them. So this is an interview with Jamie Lozada. You can see they have their animation reel on here. I'm sort of showing off like stuff in engine, in various states of whatever. You can see some of it's a little bit rougher, some of it's a lot cleaner. It's I think some of it is really hard, like it's easy to do an animation sequence where everything is like really curated and works just the way you want with the camera. Like if you're doing an animation for a cinematic or a movie, right? That's a lot easier than trying to do something that is actually responsive to the world. And also when you know like what the timing of the animation is going to be, as opposed to, well, the player, interrupts halfway through. But what I liked in particular was this sort of diagram, right? That you can sort of follow from point to point the action, right? It sort of indicates the direction of motion, the leading edges. So I thought that was a really sort of helpful thing to keep in mind. Not just like, oh, we're gonna draw the body pose to pose, but actually, put some indicators and some diagrams to say like, this is where we want to go. This is sort of the thing that we want to direct the attention, direct the motion through. Right? So that's really helpful. The other thing is it's a Medium article, the 12 Principles of Game Animation. So, as like a general starting point, you've got the 12 principles of animation, and this is like universally true, right? These are just like every animator goes through these at some point. I think this is like the same that is used in like hand animation for movies, 3D animation for movies, animation for games, animation for television, just universally. If I went and pulled the Animator Survival Guide off of my shelf, I think it would be the same 12 rules. So, let me pour some tea really quickly and then we can talk a little bit more about it. And every animation project is going to be a little bit different. Like a Cartoon Network cartoon or something like Ren and Stimpy or SpongeBob, is going to use way more squash and stretch than, say, I don't know, Horizon or The Last of Us or God of War, Star Citizen, or some realistic project, right? But you are going to have some amount of squash and stretch. in all likelihood. Timing is really important. You know, the amount of time that you have, that it takes for an animation to complete, and even what it's pointing out in this little thing, this little blurb at the bottom. Fewer drawings make an action faster and snappier, while more drawings make it feel slower and smoother. So if you want to have something be really majestic and then powerful, you know, you might take the time to go in and put those extra animation frames. Really like work it out frame to frame to frame, and just let the moment linger. You know, you'll notice in this example that they have, the balls are not getting out of sync from each other, right? They're hitting back and forth at the same time. But the amount of steps that they are going through in each frame makes it feel very different. And the amount that they are stretching in each of those frames to sort of hit that sense of getting there in their respective timings makes it feel very different. Anticipation is a huge one, right? Like, just wherever you are sitting, I assume most of you are sitting, but sitting, standing, whatever, try to just like do a motion without any like wind up, especially a bigger motion. Try to just like go forward, right? Don't like brace your legs or anything. Don't anticipate, just go straight into the motion and feel how awkward it is to try and do that, right? It's very mechanical, it's very robotic. And even a lot of times, like machinery tends to be animated with less anticipation to try and get that unnatural feel of movement. But even a lot of times machinery, you know, like a car, before a car starts moving, you have to let off the brakes, right? So there's that little bit of like a sag before it starts rolling as it sort of shifts from stationary to motion. You know, you might have sort of different types of anticipation where there's like a bit of a sputtering start as the motor starts to right? Something like that. Staging is obviously really important. I find it a little bit interesting that it's an animation principle, because I do feel like it is, like, it's definitely important. I think it's really hard to do in video games because you don't have the ability to control the exact view that the player is going to have on the animation, right? Like even in my game, which is going to have a 2D camera, there's, you know, the player could still be in like the upper left corner or the bottom right or dead center. They could be in the lighting of the scene. They could be in the shaded areas. They could be behind an object or partially behind an object. So it's hard to like control that. And I think part of the challenge in animating for games as opposed to animating for, you know, like a film project or a cinematic is figuring out how to make your animation feel well staged regardless of how it is set in the environment, how it is set in the canvas of your screen. Follow through and overlapping action, I feel, is related to anticipation, right? You can sort of see with the example that they have of the tail like trailing after the main body and then sort of flopping over as the body comes to a rest. Like it's that follow through It is that lead, it is follow up to the action and then sort of continuation of the energy as it comes to a rest. Straight ahead and pose to pose action. Straight ahead is drawing a scene by starting out at the beginning and going to the end. Pose to pose draws out major actions and then fills in the rest. And this is probably more of how I would choose to work, right? Is going pose to pose. And, you know, they're doing one starting pose, middle pose, end pose. Yeah, probably makes the most sense. Because if you think back a couple weeks, we were looking at that dash animation that the guy was instructing us on how to do, and he was starting and ending with the same pose, just in different positions. And so the real sort of meat of that is the pose in the middle, right? What is the action that is getting us from that identical starting and ending pose? So you get there and then you just sort of work it finer and finer between each frame until you've filled out the entire set. Slow in and slow out a lot of times is also referred to as ease in and ease out, which is generally, I think, a good principle. You do see this a lot in like animation software now, almost by default, now that we've sort of figured out a way to do it very simply, or, you know, relatively low calculation, or just computers have gotten strong enough. Sort of a natural curve is there as the default setting, and you kind of have to like mess with it or turn it off if you want something that's more linear. But in sort of the same thing as the anticipation, trying to like move something, like do an action perfectly even in its power output and its speed from start to finish is incredibly difficult. You're more likely to have like a strong start with a trail off. So I think ease in and ease out is sort of that same principle of like, well, we're gonna sort of work into it. Like the ease in is the anticipation, and then the full speed is like the output from the anticipation, and then it trails off, which is the ease out. The arcs one is kind of the principle of like a bouncing ball. Bouncing ball animations are like the thing that you start with when you start animating. The same way that when you start drawing, you'll typically draw like cubes and spheres and cylinders, you know, just basic shapes to get used to, like volumes and perspective and lighting. Bouncing balls are animation 101. Basic shape lets you run through all of these principles and practice them. You know, the little blurb here says actions should follow an arc to give them a better flow. And, you know, it sort of shows like, okay, you throw this ball, it bounces, it loses kinetic energy with each subsequent bounce until it comes to a rest. But I think on a more broad sense, if we go back to this diagram, you know, you have these arcs, and if you sort of follow the motion of the entire action, you know, you have this sort of like strong initial motion that goes into a rest motion, or it goes into a point of rest as the character fires their arrow, you know, the arc of the swing, and then they come back down and sort of reset to the default. So it has this, you know, arc of intense action and out. Exaggeration is, in my opinion, a principle of art in general, right? A thought that I had a while back. So, you know how there are advertisements for food, restaurants, whatever, and there's always like they put so much effort in to make the food look extra tasty, way better than anything that you ever actually get from the place, right? Especially fast food. Like they dress it up so much and then you get an actual burger and you're like, what? The reason that they do that is because at best, those advertisements have sight and sound to sell you on the food. And most advertisements don't include like the cooking sounds, right? The sizzling, the popping, the like crunchiness of the lettuce, I guess. Most of the times the commercials don't include those things. Sometimes they do, but not that often, I would say. Most of the time you have some narrator like telling you about the thing or trying to like sell you on the idea of it. So where in real life, you get your burger and you've got the look of it, the smell of it, the taste, the feel in your hands. The sight of the advertisement has to do all of the heavy lifting. It has to carry 4 senses worth of appeal by itself. So that's why they make it look so much better. The reason Subway pipes that freaking like fresh bread smell around every store is to try and get your attention with it and exaggerate that aspect and get you interested that way so that they can get you to come in and buy a shitty sandwich. Their cookies are good. Everything else is got some good cookies though. So in the same way, when we are making artwork, exaggeration helps to get the idea across. It helps to sort of overshoot so that when everything kind of levels out, when everything gets observed by the viewer, it still like gets the idea in its totality across, because other aspects are missing. A monthly Subway subscription service. That's the word of the year isn't shitification. It's all getting worse. I'm not sure how much we'll use secondary action, but there's definitely a possibility, right? I think especially with some of the stuff, if we have Jordan like throw the book and then the book does something as a consequence of like what it hits, or if it just lands on a thing, or if they're like Jordan does some activity and it moves an object, she might respond to it. So not too sure about secondary action in a lot of cases, but we can definitely keep it in mind as we go. Unlimited footlong. That's an unlimited number more footlongs than I wanted. Solid drawing, I feel like, is just kind of like, yeah, understand how to draw well, but I think it can also be overrated in general. Like, if you know how to draw stick figures, then you can animate. It doesn't have to all be, you know, works of fine art. I do think appeal is important though. And again, that doesn't necessarily mean that you know how to draw super well. It doesn't mean that you have a lot of fine details or careful renderings or whatnot. I would say it doesn't even mean that your character is like visually appealing. Again, it can be a stick figure. I think the difference compared to something like character design or creature design, where you're trying to make a character that has visual appeal, is think about the personality of the character that you are animating, right? Think about how many different walk cycles there are. I was gonna bring up a clip of Beauty and the Beast, but I'm pretty sure I would get copyright struck to hell if I did that. What's gonna be a good example that isn't gonna... You know what? Fuck it. As much as I give me 1 second. As much as I don't really like Overwatch anymore, you cannot deny that when it works well. And there is a really big reason that when, you know, the game came out, it really, like, landed really well with a lot of artists and animators. I just want to see if I can find a good example. I guess we'll just do this one. See if this has anything good. I mean, this does kind of do the right job, right? So this is comparing the animations of characters in Overwatch 1 versus Overwatch 2. And you'll notice, like, there's generally more posing and action in Overwatch 2. Is there any field that is not trying subscriptions? Sure doesn't seem like it. I think this one's worse. This is worse. Like, a lot of these, I feel like Overwatch 1 is the inferior one. I like in Overwatch 1 how much more of a brat D.Va feels like. I feel like that was lost a lot in the second game. There's definitely a lot of smoothness to it. There's a lot more secondary animation, which is nice. And that definitely helps a lot. But I think Overwatch 2 also has a lot more, like, how, you know, the characters carry themselves, how they move, you know, the strength of their posing or lack thereof gives you some idea of, you know, what it is that they are about. You know, a lot of them are not, like, dramatically separated from one game to the other, but it's a question of how well they express those ideas. And for the most part, I do feel like Overwatch 2 is coming out stronger. except for D.Va. D.Va, I think, is actually a downgrade. This one, I think, is also not quite as good. Overwatch 2, Sigma here feels more like generic villain, right? He's got the sort of like braced hands power move. The first one gives him like his whole sort of thing is that he went through like a catastrophe, a scientific misadventure. I don't know what the right word is. I'm tired. But the sort of end result is that he like gained a fundamental understanding of the fabric of creation, but he also went insane. He is constantly plagued by the melody of the universe. Like he was given a view into something that the human mind was not ready for, and it drove him mad. So I like this sort of like elegant conductor pose that he has, that he sort of has that like musician's tempo to him, right? Whereas the other one is just kind of like evil. It's like, it's fine, but it's not as expressive of his character or his story. So yeah, there are a couple that I'm like not as fond of, but in general, you know, the I think a lot of them do a good job of expressing the personality of the character in a good way. You know, even, you know, not comparing 1 to 2, I think you could look at each of these poses and get a good sort of sense of like, oh, you know, this is sort of what this character is about. This is what this character is about. And, you know, they wouldn't all just be sort of standing in the same generic hero pose, and you're like, okay. So that, to me, is what appeal in animation is about, right? Not how does the character look, but how well does the animation tell you things about the character? How well does the animation reflect what the character is about, what their mindset is, what their personality is, what their story is? So there's a lot more in this article, right? Fighting games are actually a really good showcase of game animation. I might just pull up some Street Fighter 6 as an example of that. So here's a really good example, right? Like you have this character, they're doing this little bounding run animation. And you could argue that this is from the same game. Like you notice in the left, the character's sword is much smaller. On the right, it's bigger. So you could argue like, okay, if it's some sort of like upgrade system that happens in the same game, then this is just sort of like the changes in the animation as a result of the upgrade. But, you know, the one on the left feels a little bit more generic to me, whereas the one on the right is more like, it's got a little bit more personality just in having that, you know, the sword sort of dragging behind them, kicking up a little bit of dust. Got a lot of springing and, you know, posing. So this is a big thing of where fighting games succeed, right? that the with fighting games, you have this really weird sort of middle ground of I want to have animations that read very clearly, but I also want to have something that is very responsive. Actually a lot in here. We could go through this entire article, I feel like, for most of the stream, but we're not going to do that. I want to grab like some Street Fighter 6 examples, and then I think we'll actually get to doing a little bit of drawing ourselves. This is probably enough. So same sort of thing here, right? That the character select poses are there to tell you a lot about the characters, sort of show their personalities. And then they get into it. Oh, classic Disney animation is phenomenal. Like, there's a reason that those are just studied infinitely. So you'll notice, though, that a lot of the animations in the fights, like, they're fluid, right? They go through sequences, but they land on key poses. And these key poses are everything, right? The holding on those. There was a fighting game. I'm trying to remember which fighting game it was. But it didn't have hit stop. And everybody hated it. Right? This thing of, you land a hit. Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down a second. She goes through, like, nice and fluid, and then bam. Like, we're at 25% speed. You see how long it holds on this frame of the animation? And even starts to move the character before it lets her out of it. Even in this rapid kick, like, each point of contact is held for like an extra frame or two. That's hit stop. The parried hit is also hit stopped. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is extremely important in fighting games. Like I said, I don't remember which one it was, but there was one that they didn't do that and everyone hated it because everything just felt floaty. You would get hits and you wouldn't register because you don't get that like momentary like confirmation of contact. The animation just carries through like nothing happened. Whereas even though you're not like having a hyper real, hyper responsive, I elbow the dude in the head and the head goes, oh, and then the elbow, sort of jostles a little bit. Like the hit stop sort of fills in for that moment of contact, right? It fills in for that visceral, like, counter energy of, one object hits another and they kind of like impact each other and bounce off each other a little bit and direct each other. So fighting games need to have really clear posing, really good legibility on everything. And they need to know how to time the frames of their animation so that it reads really clearly when a hit is happening and when it is missed and when it is parried. Right? And like you can see how long, again, we're slowed down to 0.25 speed, but you can see how long the hit stop works here. And now that we've sort of watched that, and we take it back up to normal speed, hopefully it's still like, you can feel those moments of impact. You can feel the hit stop and how the animation like responds to the action of the game. You know, Street Fighter also plays it up with the colored effects indicating, you know, a parry versus a block versus a clean hit. So there's a bunch of different ways that you can transmit the information, but having the animation not be adaptive is really important. Or having it be adaptive is really important. There was a really awkward sort of period because fighting games for a long time were 2D, right? It was all hand-drawn sprites. And then they started going into 3D. And there was this sort of teenage period of, okay, well, before we would just take the animation frame and stop it, right? We would just hold on that frame. And now we have these 3D models that are animating on timelines. And we need to figure out like a good way to get them to stop on the frames that we want them to stop on. I think Guilty Gear. What was the first 3D Guilty Gear? It wasn't Strive. What was it before Strive? Was it Xrd? It might have been Xrd. Yeah, it must have been Xrd. I think that was the first one that it went into 3D. And the amount of effort that they put in to making the 3D sprites or the 3D models have the same feel as the animated 2D from the previous games went so hard. Like to the point of that's okay, so maybe, yeah, it must have been Xrd. To the point of reducing the frame count in the animation, like putting it down to somewhere around like 16 or 18, right? Close to hand animation ranges. And you can see how long the like key attack frames hold for. Even to the point of like just sort of sliding through the air for the clarity of the read. Oh god, the combo hits always feel so good. It's just like the pow, 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 pow. But then, you know, you also get sort of the counter example of like, okay, well, if I got a good hit, my opponent freezes on their impact frame, right? I see them hold their position. If they don't do that, then that's an indicator to me I missed the hit. I dropped the combo, they're out of it and they can recover. So I need to start doing something to prepare for that. Right? So there's all kinds of information that just sort of understanding what you need the animations to do can give you that much more to work with. Oh, I cannot frame count. I'm not trying to frame count. I'm just looking at like the general breakdown of how they take like an animation sequence for each attack and then lay that in with what the game needs it to be able to do. I am gonna plug a channel really quickly. So if you guys know the channel Extra Credits, the original guy who made that left a few years back because he was an animator originally and started Extra Credits as a college project. But he ended up leaving to make a new channel called New Frame Plus, which is all about animation in games. And he goes over a lot of this in way better experience and detail than I can. You know, he's got episodes on fighting games, he's got episodes on Pokemon and Mario. He's got a series that he's been going through for a while, and I'm really excited for the next one. Just sort of like looking at the evolution of sprites and animation in the Final Fantasy series. So he's gotten up through 6, and I'm really interested to see how he breaks down Final Fantasy 7. I never watched this one, but it's a whole video on like dodge animations. I'm sort of looking at like how different games go through it and how they portray different information. You know, looking at the timing of the animations. Whoop! You know, it's a very common thing now that like dodge actions in games will have a series of invincibility frames or iframes that like if you time the dodge right, you cannot take damage. So, you know, it becomes a skill thing of knowing exactly when that is going to be and moving at the right timing to just go through enemy attacks. So yeah, there's a lot here. Obviously, you can and people do spend decades dissecting and learning these ideas. Much like any other art form, it is something that you can spend your entire life learning how to get better and better at. And I am not them. We're not going to be engaging at that level of capability or thought. But that doesn't mean that we can't put a solid effort forward, right? So, with all that said, and I have been yapping for a good minute now, what I would like to do is maybe go through a couple of these, a couple of different ideas, shall we say. Sort of explore, like, okay, well, we've got Jordan sort of going through these motions. What are those going to look like, right? Ooh, excuse me. So, I think the most straightforward one, the one that we should probably start with first and foremost, because that's going to be the one that sort of almost everything works off of. Saw a Demon's Souls remake in there. Saw PlayStation shut down Bluepoint that made the Blue Point Games, a PlayStation studio. Not anymore. In 2009 made the God of War collection, Ico and Shadow of the Colossus collection, Metal Gear Solid HD collection, Gravity Rush Remastered, Shadow of the Colossus, Demon Souls, and then support on All Stars Battle, Flower, Titanfall, and God of War Ragnarok. So they took the studio that their whole thing was doing remasters and remakes. That was their skill set that they were quite good at. And then just said, nah. Okay, so here's the problem. Acquired Bluepoint September 30th, 2021, making it part of PlayStation Studios. SIA had previously leaked its intent to buy the studios in June of that year. At the time, Bluepoint and its roughly 7 employees were working on original content. In January 2025, Sony confirmed that it had canceled a live service game that had been in development to Bluepoint Games. Why did you have the remaster remake people working on a live service title? No fucking shit. Okay. Sure. Fuck it. Live service is a cancer. I'm not even scrolling. Unfortunately, the wiki page for Bluepoint is not that long. But there you go. So that's really annoying. Like, I don't know. I have talked about how there is a misunderstanding that I think a lot of people have, not like on a consumer side, but on a publisher side, on a business side, that you see a live service title and you're like, oh, so we release this game and it just continues to make money. People continue to buy stuff. People continue to give us money for this game that we have made. Potentially forever. And they don't realize that it's like, yes, because you continue to work on the game, people will give you money for the game forever because you are making the game forever. I say forever, obviously, it's like as long as people could decide that they want to continue working on the game. And so they're like, oh, that's awesome. That's great. We're gonna make live service games. And then they, work on the game and they release it and it's like, okay, congratulations, you have completed step 1, which is get the game out the door. And now you proceed to step 2, which is, your first season of content and bug fixes and responding to social media. Good luck. And it just, it never ends, right? And I think a lot of people get trapped in that of, oh shit, we have this title that we are now beholden to maintaining and keeping up to date and releasing new content for and bug fixing and shit. Windows just released another OS version and Nvidia just released a driver update, and we got to make sure that our game is compatible with that. We got to make sure that nothing broke. And it just keeps going around and around and around, and it is infinitely frustrating. Okay, I don't want to get too like particular with like the anatomic accuracy or anything. That's not the point, right? The point is making sure that the animation or the posing is making sense. So I think this is gonna be one of those interesting like Mickey Mouse ear situations that we're gonna need to sort of have the book in such a position in the game that it is always behind Jordan, right? It never gets under her feet or, you know, worse, jumps in front of her. One thing that I went back and forth a long time on, I think it kind of shows up in the drawings, is the vines that are tied around her arms. Where in this whole setup do they actually like come out of? And I think what I settled on is to have them be rooted into the wrist. So, you know, if she wants to have more sort of control over it, she can grab it, right? And then it'll be sort of positioned out of her hands. But in sort of more casual situations or situations where she needs more use of her hands, it's sort of rooted a little bit farther back. Yeah, I think her idle animation is going to be, you know, sort of forward leaning, very sort of hunched, nervous, low energy. Not low energy, lethargic. And then that's going to sort of carry into the walk and run animation. Now, where this does get kind of interesting is, I think this will be, well, I'll probably want to do, because at least early on in the game, you know, really want to give the sense that the book is heavy, that she has to pull it, right? It doesn't just come along with her naturally. So, you know, line of action is going to be more forward leaning than like a typical run animation because she's, you know, dragging this weight behind her. And then we'll probably also need to have the torso, or, you know, the shoulders rotated a little bit. so that she can pull the book behind her, like so. It was bought around 2022, has been shut down. Well, see, that was... Okay, so if we look at the last 5 years, right? 2026 isn't long enough, so we're talking... Let's bump it back a little bit. Let's go 2019 to 2025. 19 was the before times. And then you get into the dark times. You get to the lockdown days where everybody is trying to find something to entertain themselves with. Everyone is stuck at home. You have basically 4 options, right? 5 options. You can binge Netflix, you can make sourdough bread, you can read a book, you can work out, or you can play video games. And that's it. Those are the only options. And so there is a lot of increased revenue in the game industry. And people went, this is awesome. We're making so much money. This is the new normal. It's always going to be this way, and this is going to be the profit income forever and ever and ever. Because MBAs are fucking stupid. So you wind up with, John Business thinking, okay, well, let's plan around this. Also, there's one thing I don't like in this animation, or I don't like in this posing, and that is that both of these arms are extended the same amount, and I don't feel like that is correct. So what would it be instead? I feel like, well, actually, no, that does kind of make sense. So I think this one's going to be a little bit more relaxed. It's not going to be like right behind. It's going to be more like right here. So I put that there. And then there'll be a little bit of like vine between the grips, right? And then that'll be pulling the book. You can have a bit of vine hanging loose like that. That makes more sense, I think. So, businesses don't pivot quickly, especially large businesses worth millions or billions of dollars. So, things that are happening big in 2020 don't come into effect for a couple years, i.e. 21 to 22. By which point, things have started to level out, right? The runaway spending of the previous year isn't quite as extreme as people start to, leave the house, go back to work, pick up other hobbies again. And this was not an exclusive thing to video games, right? The same thing happened to streaming services. Same thing happened to bicycles, because bicycles were a nice solitary activity that you could still get outdoors with and didn't involve a lot of like interaction or social activity. So it was great, and a lot of people bought bicycles during the downtime, the dark times. And the bicycle manufacturers went, this is great. We're selling so many bikes. We're going to ramp up production by 300% and spend all this money making bikes because it's okay. We'll sell all of them because all of these people that have bought bikes are going to become lifelong cyclists. And that didn't fucking happen. And what happens when you have a glut of supply and a deficit of demand? So yeah, that ends up happening, right? You buy the studio, you buy all these studios, you make all these business decisions, you spend all this money, you hire all these people because you're in a good time and you think the good times are going to roll forever. And then you start seeing dips on your returns. You start seeing you're not making as much money off of projects as you thought you were because, of course, you didn't sell as much on the second Final Fantasy VII Remake as the first one. The first one came out in the dark times where all people had to do was play video games. And, you know, it's also a sequel that if people didn't play the first one, they're not going to get the second one. And if they didn't like the first one, they're not going to get the second one. And if they didn't finish the first one, they're not going to get the second one. So there's all these reasons the second Final Fantasy VII Remake wouldn't sell as much as the first one. But Square Enix thought, no, it'll be great. It's going to make us so much fucking money. And then, I mean, it still made a lot of money, but it didn't make as much money as they projected. And so it was a failure. It's not bad. It's not great. I'm gonna give this one a bit of another shot. What if I just had her like dragging the book? Like the entire first section of the game, she's just going backwards. He's like looking that way and has to drag it. It would certainly get the point across, but I think it's a little. I think it would be a little bit hard to get that to respond to the player in the right ways. So yeah, you wind up with all of these studios and all of these developers that have been bought and hired on and contracted. And the 2023 reports start to roll in. And they are not rosy. They're not black. In fact, they're kind of in the red. They're not looking so good. And people start laying off, and then they keep laying off, and then they close studios, and then they shutter projects because they have to staunch the bleeding. And of course, they don't let go of the people that made these terrible decisions. That would be foolish. Excuse me. So yeah, unfortunately, it does not surprise me. It does disappoint me, but it doesn't surprise nearly as much as I wish it did. I tried looking up a little bit of pose reference, but admittedly, a lot of the like dragging people tend to be sort of facing it, like I did in the second one, or sort of having it slung over the shoulder, or they have some kind of harness that they're pulling with, rather than using both arms. Or it's light enough that they can pull it with one arm. Like, I can definitely have it be pulled with a single arm. I'm just not sure what the other one should be doing in that case. Actually, maybe I do. Maybe the answer is not to rotate the hips and allow for a normal walking posture. Maybe she's going to be going a little bit diagonally initially. Right? Maybe she's going to be doing a little bit of a sidestep to sort of let this arm get out around her more easily. And then this one is going to be sort of the longer movement. It might work. Yeah, because I don't think we want to do like a full sidestepping, right? I think that's too much. I don't think we want to have her like looking over her shoulder as she drags it. Then that could be a fun thing to like do on some segments. Like maybe if she's doing like an incline, we can like figure out how to have it like switch over to an animation where she like turns around and drags it up the hill like that. Okay, I like this, but let's try one more. So I had sort of like, the hips are canted this way to give her more forward movement, but then the shoulders are sort of dragging back. Which I think kind of works, but let's try the opposite direction. Right, she's sort of putting her whole back into dragging this thing. which don't do that, chat. Don't lift with your back. I'm pretty sure you shouldn't pull with your back either. Your back is doing enough work holding you up. It shouldn't be doing other work. So yeah, I think the rope between the two should be taut, right? Because otherwise this hand is just kind of providing moral support. Whereas if the rope is taut, then it's actually pulling from both, and then the rope can be kind of going that way. So yeah, I think something like that, and then, you know, sort of leaning forward. So it's a deliberate little thing in the design that Jordan's sweater has these little like green accent stripes on the upper arms and across the chest. Where's a good example? I don't know how old this drawing is, but it's fine. Right, so she's got these guys. And that is a deliberate little move on my part, so that when I'm doing rough outs like this, I can draw those as perspective lines. And sort of the same thing that one of her pant legs is torn. So I can make it easier to indicate which leg is leading and which leg is dragging. Okay, I think that'll work. This feels better than this one, right? As much as I think this is funny, as much as this might have some application, I think we can use it as part of the throwing animation, right? I think it would just be weird to have her like backing up through most of the game. Yeah, this is not bad. It doesn't convey a sense of weight. Like, she's, you know, pretty upright throughout. So it doesn't give the sense of her like leaning to get that extra forward momentum, whereas this has like a good line of action. It's like canted much farther forward. So I like this. I think this works. And then yeah, the real important thing is that as we, you know, sort of have that or not perspective, but the, you know, the camera forward, that her body is like turned towards it, so we see more of her front and not as much of her side. Just so that this arm, you know, can kind of come out around and we get that sense of like twisting rotation. can size all this down. We really don't need it to be as big as it is. So I think sort of the follow-up to that, right, is we have this. So the shoulders aren't going to be moving very much because the shoulders are sort of doing the work of moving the body around or dragging the book. We've got the back, which is going to also remain pretty stationary. We've got the arm coming out like this and then wrapping around to support the movement, right? So the big sort of like part 2 of this is like, how is she walking? So the hips sort of stay like that. They'll have to rotate a little bit, but the big deal is going to be how these like sort of like sidestep almost. You know, it's got a little shimmy to them or something. So yeah, that's going to be, I think this pose, even more than this one, is going to be really important to figure out. Like making sure that that weight sort of moves effectively. And then, you know, this can sort of like carry up and down as this swings backward. The other thing that this might help out with pretty well. So if let's borrow this one, right? So I'm just going to cross this out, and go. Because I don't know, I don't hate it, even if we're not going to use it. So we've got this pose, right? This is sort of walking. Good initial start. And then we need to get to, right, if we go back to that principle of like start to finish, we're gonna, I guess this would be like the middle pose, that we need to have her throwing the book. And if we, where is this gonna be? So this was the concept that I did years ago, right? I think this was less of like a throw animation. You can see I was still thinking about like how we would get this pose even back then. This is, at one point I had more of an idea of like breaking walls and such, right? Having like walls and obstructing objects that she could throw the book and break them down. I kind of ended up getting rid of that mechanic just because at the end of the day I kind of couldn't figure out anything to do with it. Like, if she can smash a wall just by throwing the book, then all it really does is make the player throw the book twice, once to break the obstructing object, and the second to get it to where she wants to go, right? So either you're throwing the book and just walking through, or you're throwing the book to break the object and throwing the book again to hook it. It's like, then why have the wall there at all, you know? So I kind of ended up ditching that, but we still need an animation for the general like use of the book. So I do like this, but I think the question that I'm sort of running into now is, do we want her motion to follow the book? Or like this, where it sort of counterbalances the motion of the book, right? Is she, what is it? Is it barycenter? What's the thing where two stars, or like two objects, are orbiting each other, and the center of the orbit is like out between the two because of the distribution of mass and gravity? Is it barycenter? I think it's barycenter. Space nerds, help me out here. Beyond my knowledge. That's fair. Let me look it up. Yes, barycenter. So if you have two gravitational bodies orbiting each other, they'll both be affected by each other's mass, and the point at which the two of them orbit will be distributed appropriately. So if they're equal, the barycenter will be in the middle, and it will trend towards the center of one as the difference in the mass increases. So, yeah, this version is more like she's sort of following the book as she throws it, right? So this like is going to be sort of trailing. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'm going to follow through just to see where it goes and sort of figure out what I don't like before we bin it and try again. Yeah, I definitely don't like that, but okay, what I don't like about it is that it just kind of feels very it's just like, I don't know, she kind of like it's a free throw, right? It's just that kind of like pop up and go boop, and that's all the energy that's in it. So I'm not even gonna keep it in the line. I'm just gonna like scale it up here and put it way down as a point of reference. So I think if you wanted to go all in, right? Exaggeration, follow through, we would want to have almost sort of like an alley-oop, right? That as she throws it and releases it, like there's a bit of a drag where it carries her up with it, and she's like, ah shit. right? So like here, the feet are both planted. What if we had her up in the air as a result of throwing it? You know, it goes, it's still connected, so we would have that line of action through the rope. And then as she comes down, we would have a little bit of like a bump. Right, maybe not a like full drop and catch with her hands, but still sort of like a landing. Ka-chung. Yes, arms out, perfect. I kind of like that idea. And maybe like depending on the angle that the player throws the book, it might like launch her upward more, or it might drag her forward more. What would this be? So if she's going like up and over, right? I don't think it would be a 2-foot plant like this. I think it would be more sort of, what would it look like? Because this is like an Olympic long jump, right? That's that, you know, run and then jump and get like maximum distance, and you gotta plant your feet at the same time. That's not this. This is more that sort of like unplanned, like catch yourself mid-fall sort of feel, right? So I think it would sort of come back a little bit into the asymmetry of like, what would that look like? It would definitely be, you know, sort of where this one is very long, it's very elongated. This would definitely be much more sort of like down. You know, maybe this arm is sort of like up to brace. And this one is sort of like counterbalancing that. Maybe something like this. Howdy, Tishel. Happy Thursday. Welcome in, Jim. Yeah, we're blocking out a couple of like animation ideas. Sort of trying to get some like mood discovery, I guess you might say, for the game. In lieu of actually getting the animation to work in game, we're figuring out what our ideas are gonna be, right? How are you doing? How's your day going? So yeah, I like this a little bit more because, you know, this is arresting pure downward motion, right? This is just that sort of like it's the landing in Legend of Zelda where Link falls from a really high height and just like lands with both feet on the ground and he goes like whereas this is more of like, you know, it's sort of a downward motion and, you know, she's using this leg to arrest it. Right? She's sort of like leaning backwards a little bit to sort of capture the momentum and take it away from the front. So I kind of like that a bit more. I'm going to do the same thing as before where we just sort of grab this. We're just going to scale it down again as a point of reference, but we definitely don't want to actually hold on to it as a guide point or a frame. How heavy is the book? So the book itself is not going to like do damage to you, right? And I'm not going to have fall damage in the game. There's not going to be a health bar that you can take fall damage from. There will be pitfalls, right? There will be things that you can fall to your death. There will be things that can kill you on contact. But there will not be, there won't be things that do chip damage. By chip damage, I mean do less than kill you. There'll probably be some amount of, like, things that make Jordan let out, you know, distressed vocal cues, like falling from a high height, but it won't kill her. As far as how heavy the book is, my intention is for that to be variable. And it's going to be variable in two ways. One, it will definitely have some Acme physics as far as what Jordan is able to do with it, right? So the fact that it is something that she has to put in physical effort to drag is not going to line up one-to-one with her ability to throw it great distances or carry it up into trees and shit like that. So there's going to be a little bit of variable weight, but the other sort of axis of that is that over the course of the game, the book is going to appear and behave lighter than the start, right? So at the start of the game, right, we're going through these motions where she's like hunched over and she's having to really like put a lot of effort into getting the book to follow her along. You know, she's really like dragging it through the forest. And by the end of the game, you know, she's going to be more capable of just doing a regular walk cycle. You know, like we were sort of discussing a little bit earlier, you know, she might go from like a two-handed drag to a single-handed drag. That, you know, she's one arm is free and the other one, well, I mean, it's still like tangled to the book, but she's not physically pulling it by that arm anymore. So she can just sort of walk more naturally, like she's, you know, dragging a suitcase behind her. right? Something like that. And then even by the end of the game, she might be into like a full run cycle. Yeah, maybe she just carries it on one shoulder and just full chads it. You know, at that point, the book is effectively weightless and is just sort of following her almost effortlessly. I really don't like this run cycle, but you get the point. So this part is definitely something that I want to have happen. Whether that, you know, affects the momentum of her throwing the book, probably not. I think trying to create like multiple entire animation libraries is probably going to be too much effort for me to be able to execute on. If we get to a point where it's progressing really well and making the animations isn't that hard, then we can revisit the idea. But I think for as a jumping off point, no, we wouldn't do that. So going back to this one, yeah, I think again, like this makes sense for a smash attack, right? It works, I think, to have Jordan do this whole sort of like wind around movement for something that, you know, the player might sort of recognize and accept as like, we're gonna sit here for a second while she, you know, builds up the energy that the impact of the book is going to be that meaningful. I don't think the player is going to be on board with having to do that every single time they throw the book. You know, I don't know. Can you guys think of any games where like the flow of the gameplay got stilted because the animation was like, okay, hang on, we gotta go through this motion before you can actually get to the thing that you wanted to do. I feel like there are. I'm struggling to come up with one off the top of my head. But there definitely are. And if we go back into edutainer mode, so not videos, images, there we go. So this is one of the, actually all of these are in the animator survival guide, but the jump cycle is a classic thing, right? Neutral, remember we were looking at our principles before. So you've got, how do I get rid of that? Get rid of that forever. So you got neutral, anticipation, right? The pose before the action, midair, contact, so the follow through, recovery, and then back to your starting pose, right? So this one, the recovery pose, is kind of what I was looking at with this one right here. Admittedly, I kind of like this recovery pose as well. That's not bad. I don't like you. Ah, fucking WordPress. Anyway, let's just grab this one. It's fine. Right, so more frames. It's getting busy, right? All of the sort of, it's getting a little crowded in here, but same principle. So I bring up jump animations because jumping in video games, in my opinion, as a not animator, in my opinion, jumping in video games is one of the hardest things to animate. Because when you hit the jump button in a video game, and this is a question for you, chat, I want you to answer this. When you hit the jump button in a video game, what do you expect to immediately happen? Body shift and upward movement. Yes, but probably not the body shift. When you hit the jump button, especially in something like a platformer, you want to move in that exact moment. There is no jump. There is no frames 2 and 3 in here. You are standing still or you are running, and then you are just in the air. Which means at best, you get to animate frame 4. More likely, you're going to be already moving towards frame 5. And then you can do some amount of frames 7 through 10. Depending on how quickly they have to get back to the idle or the run animation, you might have to skip frames 8 or 9. Probably definitely frame 8. Probably you might be able to get to frame 9. What's going to be a good example of this? So I think Assassin's Creed actually did a really good job of threading the needle on this, because there is a jump button in Assassin's Creed 2. If you are standing still, you can hit the jump button and Ezio will just kind of launch into the air. But most of the jumping that you're actually doing is a result of the parkour. It is not by hitting the button, it is by guiding Ezio to a ledge and he auto jumps. And so the animation actually has the anticipated preparation and release. Let's see if we get to a point to an actual ledge to jump off of. Yeah, see? Like there's a little bit of a follow through, and there's also not quite as much preparation because Ezio's already in motion. And so you can kind of just cheat that by carrying his existing momentum. I'm skipping through a little bit just because he's doing like a bunch of trick jumps that we don't care about that much. Right? A lot of the other motion that he does, like when he turns around and walks away or starts into a run, Ezio does have a lot of weight to his motion, and some of the stuff that he does is quite slow. Or at least feels quite slow in comparison to other games. But there was a sort of satisfaction to that of like, oh, this is a character that actually has like weight to his motion. He has things that he does, and there's wind up, there's anticipation. There. Like you see, there's that little bit of like preparation. Where he kind of like steps into the motion. You see it? It's very short. And they figured out how to time it in a way that doesn't obstruct the flow of the game very much, while still giving the good believability of his action. Now let's compare that to something like Jak and Daxter. Let's see how they do it there. Actually, even better. Ratchet and Clank gameplay. Moving on. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the animation in this game is bad or anything. As you can see, it's quite good. But I'm looking for some actual gameplay moments. So let's see what happens when Ratchet actually does a jump. We're going through the gameplay tutorial, right? There we go. That'll be a perfect example. Has a lot of bounce, perhaps more so than Ratchet and Sly. We'll check Jak 1 because I think you're right, but I think there's a cheat that they do. So let's watch this motion. See? So we are coming out of the tutorial window, but you notice how he just kind of goes into the air in response to the player input. Get out of the way, platform. See, there's a really good recovery. Like, he does a really good sort of like brace with the legs to catch his weight and distribute it. But the actual jump off of the railing is instantaneous. And that's just kind of a step off. So we won't worry about that one. And these are balloons, so that doesn't count either. Please jump. I'm trying to make a point here. Boop. You see? Boink. And I think they're doing the same trick there that you're picking up on in Jak and Daxter. Sure, let's just watch the full game. It's fine. Okay, there's an example. We're gonna slow it down. So see, he doesn't repair. He doesn't go into the motion. They stretch him So the top of the body accelerates faster than the lower part, and the lower part catches up, which gives a really interesting sense of having jump preparation. But he doesn't actually like plant against the ground and then jump off of it. So this is something that game developers, game animators have been struggling with for 40 years of how do you get actions to be responsive to the player action, the player input, without, you don't want it to take too long, because then the player feels like they're waiting for the game to catch up to their action, to their commands, right? But you also want it to feel like there's an appropriate amount of movement and weight distribution and physicality to what the player or what the character is doing. And Jak and Daxter, admittedly, is a much easier one to find examples of because it's a platformer, whereas Ratchet and Clank is technically more of a shooter. See, just up. He just go up. Just whoop. Whoop. See, again, a little bit of a landing, but I think because the expectation is that the player is going to be jumping a lot more than in Ratchet and Clank, they can't spend as much time on the recovery either. Jak kind of just has to go back into the motion. He has to be right back into the jump, or he has to be right back into his default position, because the expectation is that the player is going to be able to jump almost immediately. Whoop. See, very short recovery. So you're right, there is some amount of body shifting, and sometimes they cheat it by putting the body shift in the jump, like the character is already off the ground and the animation is playing catch up. Which admittedly is a really good trick that I should keep in mind for my own game. Precision platforming is not going to be nearly as much of a concern on mine. But like for preparation, a little bit, yeah, it's more of a response to the action than preparation. Also, I will say, and I will say two things. One, I am not calling these things out as examples of, oh, look how bad these animations are, right? The honest opposite. Because I think, we're watching these in slow motion and breaking it down frame by frame, right? But if you actually go through the game, Jak and Daxter feels incredibly fluid and very responsive, right? The animations are dynamic, they feel natural, they feel expressive, and without taking that time to break it down and really think about what they're doing, it just feels good. Which is the important thing above all else, right? They found a very clever solution to a very difficult problem. And the other thing that I think the mid-jump stretch helps to resolve is, if we go back to these guys, frames 3 and 4, or 4 and 5 rather, can often feel very boring, right? Because your character is just kind of in this jump pose and they're up in the air and they just kind of sit there in the same pose for a while and then they come back down. So what's really smart about this is that gives the posing something to do while it's in midair, right? You're going through that stretch, which gives it a better feel of dynamism in what would normally be a very flat, uninteresting section of the motion. So I think it actually like solves two problems at once. It's very smart, right? And you do see a little bit of like it's not so much stretching, but it's like a little bit of like drag in the arms and the legs on the way down to, again, give it a sense of like motion and reaction, that he's not just sort of hovering in the air while we wait to hit the ground. Minigames! Yippee! And yeah, cinematic animations, like I said, are a whole different ballgame. So we're not concerning ourselves too much with those right now. We're more thinking about like what is the animation suite that we will have during the gameplay, right? The stuff that has to actually respond to input and can't just sort of run through the intended sequence. Right, same thing with these like roll launches, you know. It goes into them, like there's a roll and then boop. The roll definitely helps, but there's, I don't know, like it feels extremely snappy because it has to do the thing as soon as the player hits the button. You know, same thing with those punches, right? That you would expect Jack to like wind his fist up, right? He goes in, he like brings his right arm all the way back. He's got a big old haymaker to like smash through this box, and then he just pop, right? It's just, it's instantaneous. But it works because they do that follow through motion and they do that hit frame where you like stop, you know, the fist lands and then the rest of him catches up to it. It's incredibly smart. Right, little bit of a recovery there, so that's good. These guys knew their stuff. Like I said, I'm not trying to like detract from anything that they did. I think they found very smart ways to resolve a lot of these questions. And you know, this is, when did this game come out? Like 2000, 2001? Like the 90s were the fucking Wild West. You know, 3D games, 3D graphics were just coming into effect between like 1995 and 2000. No one knew how to do any of this shit. Everyone was figuring it out at the same time. It was only, I would say, right around Jak and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank and a few others that we were starting to get to a point where people were really like figuring out standards and practices of 3D games. You know, one of the classic examples is, this has ended up becoming as much of a like class discussion as me actually working on anything, but it's okay. So one of the things that they were struggling with for a while with the original Super Mario 64, because, you know, up until this point, every Mario game had been 2D. So there might be some like mid-title somewhere that used like 3D graphics but was still 2D. I don't know. Anyway, you know, you have Super Mario Bros., Super Mario World, Yoshi's Island, etc. They're all 2D side-scrolling games. Character jump up. If you look at the character and then you look down, that's where the character is going to land, right? Simple, straightforward. But now you have a 3D character in 3D space with a camera with perspective. And people not figure it out, right? People were just missing their jumps because it's like, where is he in the space? It doesn't read clear enough. And so the solution was they gave him that little shadow disc underneath him. Regardless of the lighting, regardless of anything that is going on in the world, Mario's shadow disc is always directly under him on the ground. So when Mario jumps, you see where he is on the ground. Admittedly, he's not. There you go. And so, even though like people are not actively, consciously tracking that disc to know where he is, it still subconsciously improves your perspective of where Mario exists in the 3D space, and just made it infinitely better. So like those were the kinds of things that people were having to figure out as they were going, right? There were no rule books, there were no classes, there was no prior experience. Everyone was having to figure this out one piece at a time. You know, these days, we have literal college degree programs that are centered around this stuff, right? You can go to school for 2 to 8 years to study animation if you want to. But at the time, everyone was just kind of like, I don't know, we'll go through it and we'll figure it out when we get there. So, also, yes, Sly Cooper. Other excellent game. Really loved the second one in particular. Among Thieves was really good. Great animation in that too. So, sort of coming back to my own project for a minute, because oh yeah, we got one of those. You know, I don't think we want to have, again, we don't want to have Jordan do this whole like thing, right? Where she like does a full spin around to gain momentum and then launch the book that way. That's gonna take too long, or the animation would be very, very quick and would look kind of silly as a consequence. So I don't think either of those are gonna be good answers for what we need. Ooh, 1 second, I'm gonna grab a little lozenge. Been doing a lot of yapping tonight. It wears out the old voice box. So, that kind of leads us to the question of how do we want to get from point A to point B? Right? If we want to have as little anticipation as possible. Well, first things first, let's try to separate this out so we can do some mid frames, right? We're also going to shrink it down just because we don't need it taking up all this canvas space. And I know I keep saying this, but I want to reiterate. I am not an animator, right? These are things that I have picked up in my time as an artist, working with animators, talking with animators, watching animators do their magic. I have never, like, dedicatedly trained in any of this. I am not good at it. These are all observations on my part as an amateur, right? There are many people, like New Frame Plus, that can speak to many of these ideas with much more clarity, and I don't want to come across as saying that I am, some sort of like expert on animation theory or anything, right? I'm sharing with you guys the things that I have observed and I'm considering as we try and figure this out. Now, what I'm thinking, because I'm glad you made us, or said Jack, because I was gonna do Jack and then I switched to Ratchet and Clank, and I'm glad we went back and looked at Jak and Daxter, because I think there is a lot of stuff in that we can borrow from. Because what I'm seeing is we have this sort of up and over motion that Jordan is doing, right? She's dragging the book, she throws it, it carries her off the ground a little bit, and then she lands, she plants her feet again, and we keep going. So what I'm thinking is, what if, instead of doing this whole big, like, shot put or discus spin thing, we lean into that up and over. So what if she has sort of a motion where she like cants even farther forward, goes even further beyond, sort of winds this shoulder up, right? So we're getting a lot of twist through here. God damn it, we're getting back to the pose from last time. Hang on, give me 1 second. I want to redo it just because we're not actually like any shorter. There we go. Right, so we're getting a lot of twist energy through here. We're getting all of our anticipation basically through the midsection and like a bracing of the shoulders. Let's not turn that foot as inwards as I was thinking. Bring that out like this. Right, so that can go like so, and you can go like this. I think I broke her spine, but we can refine this idea and bring it back and do something less traumatic in a minute. Okay, so that is bad. But I think in trying to do that one, I'm understanding what I wanted to do. So, rather than do some kind of like weird Hercules pose, we're gonna do this. So we're gonna get real low. We're gonna bend this leg, right? So she's got the forward momentum going. And sort of bring the shoulders around like this. We got the forward motion of the head. And then this is gonna drag the arms this way. Can like push it a little bit farther. You can have this foot trail. So essentially, rather than like wind it up with the full body motion, right, we're sort of elongating the pose. We're launching her forward and then sort of slingshotting the book by bringing the arms around like that. And then the rope pulling the book follows behind. Like that. And in the process, carries her up and over. Right? Sort of a similar thing, like there's a little bit in there, right? There's going to be a few frames of, you know, Jordan going, so if this is 1, this would probably be like 4. I'm timing this based off of nothing, right? So there would probably be a mid frame of her like sort of getting into it. We would have that one that I sort of worked out of, where she still has her arms behind her, but she's like getting, you know, more braced. She's getting ready to go. And then maybe we would have like a really short or rapid frame of her like bringing the arms around. Right, getting that rotational momentum of unwinding the torso and bringing the hands, and then that goes out, right? So that would be like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it would be 4, and then 5. Well, no, this would probably be like, yeah, 6. 5 would be, you know, she's still sort of dragging the book. Now instead of propelling the book with her angular momentum, now she's starting to get dragged by it, right? She's still got it like with both hands, but now she's like starting to come off the ground and she's like, I have made mistakes. Hello, Sonic. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good week. How's it going? So yeah, this one would probably hang for a little bit, right? And maybe we could do sort of a similar thing to what they were doing with Jack. Not exactly the same, right? But sort of a similar thing of like, okay, well, you know, she's in the air, the book is going. She's not concerned about that so much because that's gonna do its thing now. And now she's more concerned with not eating shit. Just imagine how Thor throws Mjolnir. Oh, where he like swings it around and then just like throws it and gets dragged behind. I love that. I love that it's like he doesn't really fly. He just kind of follows the hammer. Well, and I will give there's not a lot to give Man of Steel credit for, in my opinion, but I do appreciate that they kind of leaned into it's like, yeah, Superman just used to jump really high. And then, like, over time, as Superman continued to power creep, he just kind of kept jumping higher and higher until he never came back down and he could just fly. It's kind of like he just jumps off of the air repeatedly. He just has infinite double jump. Come to think of it, in the Avengers movies, I think after in the MCU movies rather. Oh yeah, he was definitely hacking. Superman is just an infinite hack library. He's like Skyrim mods. Superman got the Game Genie. I'm gonna date myself a little bit there, but that's okay. Sounds like Sonic Boom Knuckles spam jump. If you jump the height just right. Oh god, I remember that. And you can just like front flip until the game ends itself. Oh, what a wonderful, terrible game. So yeah, I think this would be frame 7. The thing is, so if we go back to our principles of game design, which admittedly, I'm probably going to link this on the Discord, and I kind of want to read through it later because there is so much here that we are like not even touching on. But if we go back, here we go, to our principles, right? The timing and motion, right? That we have different speeds, different durations that a given frame is going to hold on, given, depending on what we want. So these guys are going to be very rapid. Right, we're going to go through these very quickly. Or, you know, our starting frames. I guess this is more sort of the slow in and slow out. I don't know, it's kind of both principles, the timing and motion, and slow in and slow out. We're gonna have a lot that is going on in the first couple of frames. And then once we get to here, I feel like what we can do, just for the sake of simplicity, is not even like change this frame very much. We're gonna rotate it slightly, you know, just to sort of brace for the momentum. And then we can kind of just like elongate it a little bit. Same thing that what Jack was doing. And then we could like maybe raise this arm up just a little bit more, right? But just a little bit more like downward momentum. Maybe brace this leg just a little bit more so. But very similar, right? Like this would just sort of be like the pause before the recovery. Well, the monitors isn't color balanced, and you need to figure out how to fix it. None of my monitors are exactly the same color balance, and that's okay. I find it is typically more trouble than it's worth. Then we're gonna go up. So that'll be 8. And then that'll be 9. And then, yeah, we'll kind of go into like a neutral pose, which admittedly we're going from a walk to a standing in this example, which is not correct, but, you know, there might be a bit of a like re-evaluate, or you know what, no, let's just copy one and see how that looks. Also, I think at this point 1 is too small. Yeah, the main reason that I wanted something in the middle there is because I feel like the sort of backward motion of 1, or the forward motion of 1 and the backward motion of 9 feels just a little bit discordant. Oh, it absolutely can crash. Yeah, I think the main thing that we needed here is just something to sort of like return the forward momentum. And admittedly, I don't know. I don't think this is necessarily going to be something that we actually animate 100%, if that makes sense. Because I feel like a lot of this will be handled through blend shaping. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this guy. So if you remember, we have our animation blueprints, which have sort of like a general process of like, okay, you know, here is your idle animation, and then depending on different conditions or gates, you know, it can alternate to the shield animation loop in the top here, or it can, you know, alternate to the wounded states, or you can alternate to the attack states, or jumping, etc. You know, and you sort of blend between the animations based on timing and whatnot, timing and conditions. Alrighty, Tisha. I appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a very good rest, and a very good rest of the week and start to the weekend. Thanks for hanging out. Everyone say goodnight. So yeah, maybe like this arm can sort of swing around. Like it's sort of coming back around to reassume its job of grabbing the book and getting ready to drag it again as it sort of returns to its starting position behind her. And then she's sort of looking over her shoulder at it as well. Admittedly, so this part is a bit of a question mark. We're going to call that 10. So this animation loop is basically assuming, or particularly this frame, is assuming that the player threw the book and didn't hit anything. Right? You threw the book, it did not land on a hook point, it did not land on an attach or a switch or anything. It just, I'll be mean and say it failed, right? And if you guys tested the game level, right, the gray box, which again, if you did, thank you very much, appreciate it. Still need to go through and sort of collect all that data. I want to ask a couple more people to test it as well. But, you know, if you played that, you'll probably notice you throw the book, it doesn't attach to anything, and after a while, the book will just teleport behind you again, right? It'll just reset. The book is magic, so don't worry about it, and that was a much easier way to resolve it than trying to like figure out how to get the book to actually track back to the player, or worse, have the player retrieve the book before they could use it again. That would be like the worst way to execute it. So 10 and 11 here, because magic. Exactly. So 10 and 11 here are kind of assuming that state, right? That the book didn't attach to anything, and as Jordan is walking forward or watching to see where it goes, it teleports behind her, and she sort of grabs the vines again and gets back to pulling, right? And this actually raises an interesting little point of consideration, that it's not going to make any sense for Jordan to be pulling the book if the book is attached to something and there is no book to pull, right? So we're actually going to need 2 walk cycles. We're going to need walk cycle number 1, where she is pulling the book, and walk cycle number 2, where the book is attached to something and she can just kind of walk normally. So that's fun. I do think the like non-book walk will be much more normal and straightforward, right? So I will say, I think, like, you know, I know the animation that we have in Unreal, we try and make it to the character, is all wonky, so it's kind of hard to imagine what it would look like, but the animation that we have in Engine right now is very, like, it's very normal walk. It is very generic walk. Good starting point. But again, sort of that idea of appeal, character, and storytelling, right? We want to have something that speaks to what the character is about in the way that they carry themselves. So, sort of taking, do I even have, I definitely have a lot of different pose references of Jordan in over the course of all the stuff that I've been doing. But again, more old sketches. I think you can see like sort of a general like curled inward, withdrawn, defensive posture throughout. Also, this version has a pendant that she was going to have, and I ended up scrapping it because I could never figure out what the pendant was going to do. So I was like, well, let's not waste time with it. I'm just seeing if there's any other. No, I don't think I ever got quite all the way to like a walk cycle or anything. That's okay. But yeah, so like compared to our normal walk, which is just kind of person does walk, I think this would be more sort of like a little more hunched forward, right? Sort of the shoulders like brought up and forward a little bit. Again, that's sort of like defensive. Not quite that head down. We're not gonna put the head in the collar, but definitely sort of like forward leaning. I think even what I'm doing here is like a little too generic, and like having that really sort of wide walk stance doesn't feel quite appropriate. It's a very like confident walk, and I don't think that makes sense. I don't want to do the like hands to chest thing, right? That's overdoing it. That's melodrama. We don't want that. But I think if we do, what can we do? This is kind of an okay point. So like maybe leaning a bit more forward. Mm. Okay, I like that idea. So, not so much like, we don't want to do the like, oh no thing, right? Where she's like clutching herself. No, that's too much. That's too much. But maybe almost like, for lack of a better term, like a Scooby Doo pose, right? The shoulders are kind of hunched, the arms are like slightly raised, just like ready to go. So, like the arm that goes backward in the walk cycle, right? Doesn't go quite as far back. And the arm that is forward sort of stays elevated a little bit. Maybe something like that. So that we can have just, a little bit of the elbow show up, just so we have like a clear read of the silhouette. We know what we're doing. We got the shoulder coming in like that. I think that works better. Right? And sort of in this instance, we don't have the vines trailing behind us. They would be like out connected to wherever the book has wound up. So we still sort of have that like hunched line of action forward. We've got that forward bracing through the shoulder. So, it's less exertion than our primary walk cycle, but still sort of carries the same body language. I think this is working. Man, I would really like to like talk with an animator. I wonder who I know. See, part of the problem is that a lot of the other artists that I like met at grad school, I have not done a great job of keeping up with, unfortunately. I don't know how many of them were really like focused on animation as opposed to other disciplines. Okay. So there's one more that I was thinking about and I kind of wanted to consider tonight. Make sure that we get at. Let me save this because I haven't actually saved this at all. Let's see, where should this go? So it should be in VizDev, but it doesn't make sense for character dev. Just make a new folder called animation planning. There we go. Okay, so the last one that I wanted to sort of touch upon was, I guess we can do two parts of it, which is one of the mechanics, if you guys might recall, is the ability to throw a book onto sort of a attach point at the top of ledges or short cliffs. And then she can rope climb up the cliff using the vines. You know, the book is sort of lodged in at the top and provides the connection point. So yes, climb and climber. No, clamber. So I'm actually going to do this vertically because I feel like that will be easier to follow the logic of it. So I'm going to start at the top of the cliff because I'm silly. We're going to have her like get up pose, right? When she's sort of like bracing on the knee, and then she can get up from there. Pretty straightforward. I don't think there's a lot that we really need to like go through to make that one make sense. I'm gonna move it off to the side, even though she's not gonna like go that far. I need more room to draw the other ones. I think the really sort of interesting one in this, when I say interesting, is the part where she gets to the ledge. So I figure we're gonna have, you know, a strong line of action. Probably not that close because we can't, you know, collapse her torso. But we're gonna have this like really strong action through the shoulders and these straight arms that are gonna like where she sort of like vaults over the cliff and sort of like scrambles one leg up on top like that. And then the other one is going to be sort of like awkwardly dangling off the side like, oh god, help. Right? Maybe something like that. And then sort of underneath that, you know, let's look up a little bit of visual reference. Yeah, because if she's gonna have the wall under, or she's gonna have her feet planted so that she can actually climb the wall. Right, she's not gonna be doing a rope climb. That's a different animation. You also have that in the game. So this is gonna be more sort of like this. I went climbing, what was it, 2 years back? God, might have been more than 2 years at this point, with one of my coworkers. It was fun. It was exhausting though. But, yeah, it was a climbing gym. I didn't go like rock climbing on actual rocks. Some of my friends do that, and I always watch them, and I'm like, damn, okay. I'm not built for it. I'm too flimsy. I don't know what I'm drawing here. Alright, let's try this again. The same sort of thing of like, there we go. Alright. That works a bit better. Yeah, you do want to have both feet planted against the surface. I'm too accident prone to put that much faith in the universe. That is honestly really fair. And, you know, the climbing gyms are obviously much safer to do because you have professional assistants. Depending on the gym, you might have ropes. Some do, some don't. The one that I went to, we were doing free climbing, so there was no ropes involved, but it was also not getting super high. But I remember the last one that I tried was not super challenging in the like grand scheme of things. Like on the spectrum of difficulties that they had, it was still like on the low end, but it was like the most challenging one that I tried, and I did do it. I got all the way to the one at the top. You know, they have a marker that's like, this is the goal line. You have to climb and get up and like put both hands on the goal rock. I forget what they call it, the goal hold, and then you can climb down. And I got up there, I completed the track, and I was on my way down, and just like every muscle in my body said, we've got nothing left. We cannot get down this ledge, or we cannot get down this wall. There is no energy left to complete the climb down. And there's like, okay, so at this point, you have two options. You can continue to hang here forever, or you can drop, because we are not completing the climb. And so I just had to let go. Which all the floors are like very thickly padded. And one of the first things that we did that my friend showed me when we got there is, here's how you land, right? If you have to do a drop down, here's what you do. And I did that. I did it quite well, but there was a brief moment of free fall where I'm like, this sucks. And then, you know, I hit the padding and rolled backward, and I was okay. But I rolled backward and just like planted against the mat and just laid there. I was like, yeah, I'm done. No more, Chief. I got no more in me. Okay, so this is a decently average, like, rope climbing pose. It's okay, but it's exceedingly boring, and it has no appeal. We're gonna put it off to the side. We're gonna figure out what we can do that actually is a pose that like has more Jordan in it. Okay, good. But what do we do with this leg? The only problem there is that it like doesn't have the room to actually like bring the leg around and do anything, but might be able to fix that. If we bring her out a little bit farther, and then we just have to swing this leg back in. I don't think I have like a fear of heights. I do get vertigo sometimes. I think the thing that I am most afraid of is being in a high location that is not secure, right? Like years ago, I was in Japan. Yes, a fear of falling, certainly. Fear of heights by themselves, not so much. Like years ago, I was in Japan and I went up the Tokyo Tower a couple of times. You know, they've got the view levels, and some of them have the like glass floors that you can see down through. And I went up, like I said, I went up there multiple times. Wonderful panorama of the city. Absolutely loved it. 10 out of 10 experience. I did try the glass floors a couple of times. I don't think I ever like went to the center of the glass panel though. You know, I was always kind of like on the edge so that if it showed signs of failing, I could get off of it really quickly. Yeah, I love high views. I don't like the prospect of falling. Okay, I like this a lot more. It has a good sense of motion, it has a good line of action. One of the other things that I think, I want to sort of carry with some of the storytelling and the way that Jordan works, because one of the things that can be very weird in some games, games that have those huge jump off a cliff to reach the next zones and it's a long drop, just make me feel rising. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, that's sort of like 0G, or the terminal velocity, I guess, is better. And yeah, a lot of games, like even Jak and Daxter, if you notice, one of the things that they do as part of the animation of the jump is like the camera goes up with Jak, but doesn't follow him down 1-to-1. It sort of like trails after him a little bit. And a lot of games do that, just to give more like drama and intensity to the fall. So a lot of games have the risk of a bit of a disconnect, right? Where I was struggling with this in one of my game ideas of the character doesn't have a specific reason or an explanation on why they're as good at what they're doing as they are, right? I'm sure you guys can think of a few examples of that, but I I'm gonna go ahead and say this, and I'm sure some people are gonna say that I'm blaspheming, but Metroid, right? Samus Aran is a famous bounty hunter. She has been genetically augmented and given an incredibly powerful suit of armor with all manner of technological capabilities, and has spent an untold number of years fighting monsters and space pirates and everything in between. So yeah, she know how to run and jump and shoot good. That makes sense. That is completely understandable. In The Legend of Zelda, especially Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker, Link is a young child that is given a sword, possibly for the first time, and told to go fight monsters. And kinda just does it. And it's like, where did you learn how to fight like this, small child? Horizon Zero Dawn has this whole process, this whole montage with, anime style motivations of, she gets bullied as a child, she finds the focus. It gives her a sense of muscle memory that, oh, you're right, because he's the reincarnated hero, so he just knows how to do it by default. You're right. You're right. I stand corrected. Horizon, Aloy gets bullied, finds the focus. Ross tells her, if you complete the proving, you will be allowed into the tribe. And you will, no longer be an outcast. And Aloy's like, okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna complete the proving and be accepted as a Nora, and they will no longer be allowed to ignore me. And, we see through a brief montage cutscene her spending years training in, wilderness traversal and tracking and shooting and fighting and all of these things so that she will actually be able to complete the Trials of the Proving. So we see where she gets the skills that allow her to do the game mechanics. I'm just throwing crap. I know. I mean, Magic Space does help Paul Atreides take over the Empire, right? It's completely possible. Though on the subject of Magic Space Dust, Luke Skywalker, we understand that he is a good pilot, at least as far as Tatooine is concerned. Biggs will vouch that he's one of the best pilots in the Outer Rim. Kid knows what he's doing. He is given a gun on the Death Star and proceeds to shoot wildly like a complete idiot, holding it out in front of him like a pistol. Right? The kid has no posture, no aim, no idea what he's doing. He's in an enemy fortress with a gun and people shooting at him. And he's like, all right. I mean, compare that to Leia, right? Leia grabs a blaster and spot on accuracy. She actually knows how to kill people because Leia has killed people. And once he gets in the X-Wing and starts fighting TIE fighters, Luke is more in his element and knows what to do. And is, pretty quick on the uptake on communication protocol and all of that, because that's more sort of a space that he is familiar with. But even, later on, in the first movie, Luke handles a lightsaber for 2 minutes, right? He sort of flails it around when Obi-Wan shows it to him for the first time, and he does a brief training session on the Millennium Falcon, where he starts to get the very basic fundamentals of Force sensitivity. By The Empire Strikes Back, we see, he's been practicing on his own. He knows how to cut the arm off of a Yeti. And then he gets some more training time with Yoda. Though Yoda is not particularly concerned or interested in the lightsaber side of things, right? He is much more concerned teaching Luke the nature of the Force and how to connect with it and understand it. So I'm sure there was some lightsaber training, but I imagine it was largely sort of secondary, right? So then he goes to fight Vader. And Vader kicks his ass, right? Vader spends the entire first part of the fight fighting him literally one-armed, right? Vader holds the lightsaber in one hand, is just I expected more from you before shoving him down a hole. So we actually see this really nice progression of Luke having some skills and deficiencies in others, and growing across multiple axes as challenges are presented to him. It's really cool if you think about it. He's not just inherently good at everything he does. Right? So, bringing it back around to the game and the animation, you know, it's kind of, I don't think Yoda did any saber training. Certainly not that we see in the movie. There might have been some off screen, but yeah, it is definitely never shown to us. Training wasn't complete, so I think focus deepening relations to the Force and anticipation for the Force style of combat. I think you're absolutely right. I think in most cases, the Force, like the use of the lightsaber, is sort of a foil. It is a mechanism through which the Force operates. And yeah, if your connection to the Force is not good enough, then your fighting style doesn't matter. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And yeah, the part where Luke goes into the cave and Yoda says, "You won't, your weapons, you won't need them." And Luke takes them anyway. And Yoda's just like, idiot. Force guides the saber so I can see Yoda delaying. Yeah, probably. Almost definitely. And then Luke comes back down one hand, and Yoda's like, mm-hmm. Got your ass kicked, did you? Told your dumbass I did. Now sit down on that rock. So, for Pages, I think there's a little bit of a question of like, okay, well, why does this young girl know how to like run around and jump and climb and navigate the forest so naturally? And the answer is that she does this on the regular. She goes into, you know, the wilds around where she lives with her parents on a regular basis. She goes hiking, she goes climbing, she just gets all over stuff and climbs into trees. Like, you know, beyond the emotional instability that is putting her in a bad place at the start of the game, given a little bit of time, she starts to come into her element because she's like, oh, I know how to do a lot of this. I also expected the punk to actually listen, not leave, so yeah, well. I mean, Yoda's been teaching pupils for like 500 years. He's probably used to people actually listening to him. So yeah, Jordan's gonna have a certain amount of affinity to doing like climbing and jumping and clambering and whatnot, and it's not gonna be like incredibly difficult for her because outside of this scenario, this is stuff that she is familiar with at the very least. You know, not so much the hauling a giant book around, but the navigating natural spaces. So yeah, this, I'm probably just gonna do the one of these for right now, but you know, it would be sort of an alternating like leg up, arm up, etc. And then you would have the vine sort of dragging behind her. I do want to do one more pose in here though. Because one of the mechanics while you're climbing the wall is the ability to jump off of it. So for that, See, I was gonna have this leg be extended outward, but to do that would mean that she has no spring motion. I think what we would actually need would be the hips to be canted this way. The shoulders are going to be canted this way because she's going to have one arm up, sort of suspending herself with the rope. So her legs are going to be like braced this way, or bunny hop ready. And sort of get the feet firmly planted against the wall. And then this arm can sort of be pinned backwards, right? So we're getting as much like sort of backward momentum bracing against the wall. You know, the head can sort of rotate upwards as she increases the strength of the jump. Move this down a little bit more just so that we can get the full extension of the arm. Okay, that's not bad. It kind of works. The one thing that I don't quite like about it, like, it definitely gives room for the outward movement, but it also doesn't feel like these two go back and forth, if that makes sense. It doesn't necessarily feel like I could see her sort of going into this pose from her climbing pose. So we're gonna try it again. So this leg is going to be the main jumping leg, right? That one's going to be ready to go. This one, I think, is going to be doing, I don't know if it's going to be like fully extended. Essentially, what I want to have is more rotation through the torso. So the hips are still going to be more sort of like facing the wall and ready to climb. Like, if she decides, you know what, this is not a good spot to jump off of, I want to reposition. Right, so the legs will still sort of be looking at the wall, for lack of a better term, anticipating that movement. Something sort of that way. And then I feel like there's a Spider-Man pose that does almost exactly this thing. And then the head is sort of going that way. So you got the arm coming out, right? Arms can still be going up. Arm can still be repelling on the wall. That part's fine. And I think because the torso is probably, you know, not as fully turned around. This arm should probably go more like this. Something like this. What's that arm gonna be doing? Like, if she's getting ready to jump, yeah, I think it probably would, like, brace behind her. We just might not be able to see it very clearly. Something like that, maybe? Closer. She's not gonna be doing like a a football throw thing where she's like, that way. What would it be? I feel like it's close. Not quite right. Not quite the right move. Let me see if I can find that pose that I'm thinking of. I'm gonna get a billion of the one that I don't want with this, but alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a very good rest. A very good rest of your week. And start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Almost had it. Gonna do the same thing. Okay, so yeah, I think the mistake, I'll go ahead and call it that I made, is I didn't like cant the shoulders hard enough. And yes, I found the Spider-Man pose that I was thinking of, so I'm drawing very dramatically from that. We'll probably make a few adjustments after more one-to-one copy, just to sort of get it a bit more in line with her personality, because, you know, not superhero, but good starting point. Right, so that's more or less the Spider-Man pose. Minus some, you know, anatomical inaccuracies and all that, but good enough for a gestural sketch. So, we want something essentially between these. Right, the Spider-Man pose is very dynamic, very dramatic. It's got that sort of insane level of balance that only Spider-Man is really capable of. So I don't think we want to do like exactly that. Also, you know, it's got the slight difference of Spider-Man like planting his hand on the wall as opposed to climbing the rope. So couple of differences that we need to take into account before we get where we want to go. But I do think there's a lot that we can take from this and sort of use to correct this one. So, point one, I do think we want to have that sort of canted shoulder, right? The ones that I did initially are much more level, and I think that's kind of throwing it off, for one thing. So let's go ahead and grab that aspect and put the hand up right there, right? Point number two, we want to sort of roll the torso in, because that turns her entire body into a spring. Right. With these, we've got this nice, like, extended back. But that means that there's no energy contained in there, right? She's not like curling in for the release of the jump. That's already expended. So if we sort of contract the midsection, if we roll the hips forward and sort of hunch the shoulders a little bit, then that makes her more ready to do something, which I think is good. I think we can sort of continue that line of motion, right? So if we have like this shape going on, we can sort of tuck this leg a bit more in, maybe like that. We got the hips coming in like so. And then, yeah, I think the sort of bigger difference that I would bring over from the second attempt is to sort of keep these legs a bit closer together. You know, Spider-Man sort of has this, like, not wide stance. The feet are close together, the toes are close together, but then the knees are separated. And I think there is logic to it. I think that sort of gives like a more balanced position or, you know, distribution of the energy as he lets go. I think for our purposes, we might want something a little bit less. What's the word? A little bit simpler in the way that the body is getting moved around, the way the legs are situated. Okay, and then yeah, I think this arm can be not like fully out, but sort of like anticipating a little bit the idea of having to jump and grab, right? That like as she goes out, this arm might sort of lead the action or get ready to grab on to whatever she's jumping for. Just bring the arm in a little bit. Just looking a bit gangly there. Not too much. The tiny legs are not helping either, but perspective's a hell of a drug. I think that's better. Yeah, because I think compared to, you know, we had number 1, then we had number 2, and we had number 3. Like I said, number 1 is like kind of a nice E shot. Like I could do an illustration using that pose, and I think it would look pretty nice. But it doesn't necessarily read as like, you know, she's climbing the wall, and then she sees something that she wants to jump to, and sort of twists her body to get ready to jump to it, right? It doesn't feel like there's a fluid transition between 0 to 1. Whereas this is more like, okay, you know, still have the feet planted against the wall. If she decides, no, bad jump, try again, you know, all she really has to do is sort of twist the upper body and bring the arm back into action, and she can get to climbing again. I feel like this is closer. This is fine, it's just not accurate to her character. And yeah, this kind of has a similar problem. Like, it's closer, but it feels like everything is just hanging off of the arm, right? Like the legs are not supporting the weight or anything. Actually, I'm gonna make one adjustment to that, just sort of as a thought there. So I'm gonna take a little bit of spring loading off of this leg and move it a little bit down the wall. Just sort of for that same idea of like, okay, well, you know, one of the legs is braced, one of the legs is more sort of focused on supporting her weight, right? It is carrying that upward trajectory, right? Because I think a lot of climbing is that alternation, right? One side is reaching and one side is supporting, and then they alternate, and then they go, and then they go, and then they go. So I think it makes sense to have one of the legs sort of doing that work, and then the other one is sort of where the majority of the spring loading, the jump anticipation is coming in. And then that's going to be the main one, the main driver that propels her outward. And this one will help, right? Like, it's still bent at the knee, but it's not going to be doing as much. It's more sort of there to help stabilize while she gets ready for the jump. I like that a bit more. That just feels better. It feels more dynamic, a bit more dynamic. It's got that nice line of action. It sort of carries through like that. And then it's got, you know, the anticipation of the outward movement. It's kind of, it almost looks like a bow. which I think is a good indication that it's like carrying what we want it to do. And even, I don't know, like, I feel like sort of pulling back a little bit and looking at these four in combination, I feel like the storytelling is there. Yeah, she's just kind of hanging. She, as you say, she's just kind of suspended. There's no effort. She's just like, yeah, I'm just built like this. Whereas, yeah, like, I want her to be familiar and comfortable doing these activities, right? Like, it's not the first time that she's done them. She does know. But yeah, as you say, she's not like Olympic. She can't just come out here and climb a wall with zero effort. She's still 14. She's still going to have to try. Even by the end of the game, she is still going to have to put in work to be able to traverse the environment. It just shouldn't be like, I've never done this before and I can just do it. Because the game says I need to be able to. And I like this the storyboard, right? I feel like this does carry the right language of, you know, looked at the jump, didn't really like it, and just sort of finished climbing over the ledge. Yes, because the magic space dust, it came from space. When in doubt, just say that it came from space. Yeah, I think we got a lot done. I think we figured out a lot of things in here. This one in particular was a big one for me. I knew we would have to sort of figure out an animation for throwing the book that felt weighty, but couldn't take too long. And I'm really glad we looked at Jack and Daxter. I think that gave a lot of really good answers. And just this little hop that she's going to do when she throws the book. Like, it has so much mass, so much momentum, that it carries her a little bit as she's letting go. Right? Like, there's that little bit of she still has the vine in her hand, and the book is traversing, it's sailing, and brings her with it before she lets it go. And then the book carries on while she lands. I think that's really strong. I think that'll be a lot of fun and carry a lot of character. So I'm glad we could get that one resolved. I think this is going to be a good walk plan. Definitely more to flesh out, but a good place to start. And we'll have to sort of figure out different speeds for it as well and all of that. But that's going to be a problem for another night because, unfortunately, the stream is... It's time to call it a night. I've been yapping. My throat hurts. I think this is probably the most I've ever talked on a stream. Lot to go through. Lot to discuss and think about. So, just looking at the list. So we looked at walking. We didn't look at jumping. We looked at throwing the book. We looked at climbing a little bit and clambering. So Still a lot to do. Still a lot of animations to consider. But we will get to those another night. So hopefully this has been interesting. As you guys can see, there is a lot to consider. There's a lot to consider. Thank you. I try. As I said, I'm certainly not an expert at this. A lot of it is just stuff that I have picked up over the years. I'm glad I can explain it in a way that makes sense to other people. Hopefully, I'm glad it is interesting, and hopefully if you're, and even if you're not like working on a project like this or considering it, I find stuff like this is just interesting to know about, because then you can go into games or movies or shows or whatever and see how much these things are like thought about and executed on. And you go, damn, the people that made this are really smart. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube on. Everyone say bye-bye to YouTube. We're gonna find somebody that we can read. Let's see. Where's my Twitch? There you go. Bye-bye, YouTube! Ooh, Ivy is doing, I almost said knitting. I don't know if it's knitting or crocheting. I feel like she would get very mad if I said the other one. Ooh! Guys, Valk is playing Horizon Zero Dawn. Let's go watch the Dog Girl. Tight Machines. Let's go hang out with Dog Girl. That sounds like a good time. Okay. Yes. Where's the raid button? We're gonna do raids in motion for tonight's raid message. Oh, 2 times. Dang, I've raided Valk a lot. Let me check for 1 time. Okay. Yeah, let's go say hi to Valk. It's okay. It's okay. We'll make sure to spread the love more in the future, but seeing that she's playing, I honestly really like Horizon. I definitely have my gripes with Forbidden West, and I think once we're done with the game, I definitely want to sort of do, not quite a retrospective, but a sort of final summation of my thoughts. I was saying to my roommate, I feel like Forbidden West compared to Zero Dawn feels like 2 steps forward and 2 steps backward. Like there's a lot of stuff that is quite nice and improved over the first game, and there's a lot of stuff that feels like unnecessary mechanical bloat and just sort of frustrating hand-holding. So I definitely like it. I'm definitely enjoying Forbidden West, but there's just things that I'm like, this sucks. Thankfully, a lot of it, like the extra game mechanics and such, I can just kind of ignore, right? The combos and whatever, it's just like, whatever, it's fine. It's there, I just don't really engage with it. I don't care enough. But yeah, we'll do more of that sort of consideration stuff once we've wrapped the game up. Anyway, let's go ahead and get the raid bus rolling. Let's get going. Let's go say hi to Dog Girl. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I enjoyed it. My voice Probably did not enjoy it. My voice is going to be very upset with me in the morning, but it's okay because I got to spend time with my chooms and yap and do stuff and just kind of hang out, which definitely needed that after today. So thank you. I hope everyone has a very good evening, very good Friday. It is Friday for you already. I hope everyone has a nice, chill cruise to the start of the weekend. I hope everything goes well. I hope you guys get to do fun things and have good treats and enjoy yourselves, because you guys deserve it. I'll see y'all on Saturday, where we'll be playing more Horizon Forbidden West and getting back to the art piece for a certain person that you will not mention the art piece to, under penalty of me being very upset with you. Please do keep it a secret. I'll see you all then, but until Saturday, as always, remember to be kind to others and to be kind to yourselves, because you guys are doing a great job. I'm really proud of you, and I really appreciate you. Bye, tunes. Bye.